Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, good morning. Let me just see if everything's working, and we're going to just jump right in today. Now I'm getting feedback from my monitoring, so let's mute that. Do you know what? Not want to hear myself muttering to myself with a 10-second lag. That would be disturbing. Great. Hey, I think we're working. Okay. Welcome to some more Satisfactory in VR. Hello, Azurin. Hello, Justice Guy. How are we going? A bit later start than I was hoping, but I was trying to sort out some technical issues beforehand. I think I've got there, but we will find out. So let's just jump into VR. Now let's see if I've remembered it to put everything in its place. Okay, so no, I forgot to change the resolution down. Okay, I made the classic blunder. Let me just try that again. Means I need to restart Satisfactory. Just a second, everyone. I have been trying to get a better frame rate, and it has been a little challenging. Yes, I know it's a black screen. Be right back. Okay. Restarting Satisfactory. This time we'll pick the right VR resolution. Okay. Cool, cool. Just this guy. So I'm going to drop down to medium resolution, just so we can get a bit smoother refresh rate tonight, because it was a bit rough last time. Okay, right, let's continue off. Load, load, load. Where were we last time? I haven't actually done anything on this save since the last stream. I haven't done anything off camera as such. So last time we were working on upgrading the advanced steel factory, and we're still working on that. Yay, we have our hands and moderately smooth frame rate. Still not perfect. And my chat window is now huge for my preview. So this is my VR playthrough save. We are only on phase 2. We're on phase 2, and we've only done one of the project parts, which is the one that we just trickled down from the first one. We haven't actually built what's required for the other phase parts yet, because we're busy building the infrastructure for the other parts at the moment. So we're working on steel. Not two-faced. Gotcha. So last time we were working on some architecture, because the factory is technically functional, although we still have a bit of logistics to do. So we're kind of going with this very somewhat little glowy finish to the factories. But so far we've got the logistics stuff set up, but no extra walls or anything. And I still haven't 100% figured out what I'm going to be doing there. So let's head over to our steel factory, and we'll finish off the logistics, and then we'll figure out what we're doing with the rest of the architecture. Oh, it's a bit cloudy today. Missed. I did not miss that. So you can see our stacked blueprint factories there. Now this stack at the back here is building 10 motors per minute. And last time we figured out this sort of logistics feature for each sub-factory, and over there we finished doing the logistics for the heavy encased beams, but now we need to finish the logistics for the rest of them and finish putting roofs and everything. So everything, each factory part will sort of come down this line here, and then it will all feed into our storage in our front office kind of thing here. So you can see our encased beams are coming down here, and got a fair few of them already actually. I need a flashlight on. Okay, so we're at the stage of the game where we're starting to build things that are quite tall and we don't have a hover pack yet. So it is actually a little bit tricky to deal with these high ceilings. So I'll start with the pipes. So these pipes are currently going over to there where we're making the encased beams. But we do need to split some of them off and bring them into here. So this will be our new roof line here. So that'll be the height. Now, did we clip into it or did we go above it? That's a good question. Let me just check what we did over here. Not that it really matters, but it's nice to be consistent. I was correct. And we probably finished with that. I hope we finished with that because I just deleted it. Okay, so that's kind of the height we want. But that there will be the actual position that lines up with the floor and everything. So I'll go with that. I might change this roof to something a bit more roofy later. So the foundations are really there just as a support and a guide. So we want to bring our pipes through here and then down the front. So wherever this split is now currently, we want to split it now up on this roof. Okay, so they're coming out here. And that is lined up with the middle of this square. That's good. So we should be able to... Ooh, we're going to need a... Well, this is going to be fun. We need a smart splitter. But we need to program it, and it's going to be up there on the roof. So that's lined up with the exit there, so that's where we'll take it to. Yeah, that can survive without pipes for a while. I reckon if I put a hole somewhere, I can possibly get all the conveyors to line up the same way. Actually, I could probably just put it there and then nudge it up from there into the right place. Now, I think these lifts are all kind of facing that way. I don't know if that was intentional, maybe so that if you're in the middle there, you can see all the materials together. Let's see if we can try and keep that angle. So this will kind of go to there, but we will tidy that up in a bit. I wonder how close I need to be to have it snap and go down correctly. Probably there, I would say. Can I reach it from here? No, I can't. So let's build a little step ladder temporarily so we can get up there and program it. So the center is the main output and the overflow will go to the left. That way the encased beams will have priority for the pipes over the actual output. So we should now have pipes going across there. Yep, we do. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. I wonder if that's actually at the same height as our roof over there. Were we that organised last session? Just trying to get it right on the edge there. It looks about right. Yes, okay, we do have the right height. So we need to figure out what the intersection of these two buildings is going to look like. Because, yeah, this is already going to that point, so this building might cut into that building a little bit from that angle, I think. But we can just wing it with curves for now. So let's see if we zoom that upwards. So that's kind of where the edge of the building will be, that square. So that's where we're aiming for, at least to get from here. Again, this is mostly temporary and we can redo it in later. Russ, good evening, Russ. How are you? You're late. How are you going, Russ? How was your campaign last weekend? Did it go good? Did you get enough sleep? So just to try this out, let's attach it there. Go over this side, and it is wrong. Okay, that's fine. While we're over here, we'll build the connection down here. It went well. Cool, cool. No party deaths. Okay, so the lift up there, I will need to bring forward another meter, I guess, and then that clearance should be good. Now I need to get up there again. That's a pain. Actually, I could, oh, yeah, no, I need to get closer so I can actually get an angle to build. All right, there we go. Up the stairs and everything again. Did drop Aldo's character, which you're very happy about? Oh, okay. What class was Aldo playing and what got him? Okay, so this needs to be on further, which is right up against the edge, okay. Oh, come on. That was aiming the right way around before. I think we actually put a hole over there, didn't we? Yeah, look, we put a hole at the top there so that we could actually have the conveyor not bug out on us because stupid alignment errors. A Goliath fighter. Okay. Goliath spider doesn't exactly sound super squishy. I think if we do it there, I'm going to hedge my bets and build another one while I'm here, just in case. But I think I can do a stompy lift. Did I do a stompy lift over this side? I didn't. If I rotate that, and it snaps on like that. Let's just keep that there, just in case we need to rebuild this. I guess that's a similar layout to the other one there. Or does that one seem closer to the top? Yeah, much of a muchness, it'll do. Again, we can tweak the layout later. I just want to get at least a bit more of a solid layout of the walls and get the actual logistics running this time. So these pipes are going to feed in here. I'll wait until I bring the beams down before I actually plug it into the containers. So similar over this side, and we're still going to have the super high ceiling, even though this part of the factory is actually teeny tiny down low. It's a beefy party. Is that? Okay, so this actually is off to the side, so we will need to curve across a bit and then come down there. So this is the output. Hang on, where's that going? That's going down. We don't want it to go down. That's the boring logistics. Okay, we're going to have to rebuild this here so that we're merging upwards. Did I put something special under there, or did I just have it? Oh, I just had it go nowhere, and even the hole's the wrong size. Okay, well, we'll fix that. Grave Domain Cleric, a Paladin, a couple of rogues, and Hello's Fighter. Ooh, that is very meaty. We need a reference to attach this to. I might actually line it up with the middle here rather than back there, because that way it'll line up with this side, and then you can see both lined up together, which means we actually want to go in aim for the middle of that. Is that where the hole was? No, the hole's higher than that. And I deleted the whole hole. Gotta love the new nudge. Okay, that's on the edge, but that's fine. I can still use that as a marker. Did that not build? Oh, it didn't build because it was in soup mode. There you go. Scary powerful. Doesn't sound like there's a lot of magic there. I mean, you've got a cleric. It's funny, I used to play mostly magic users, but now I seem to be skewing more towards rogues. I'm slowly getting less and less magic and more roguishness in the characters I play in D&D. So it comes from there, or actually it doesn't, it goes to there. We want to attempt to have it face this way. Yes, Azurian always used to play the rogue. Oh look, it's lining up. I think it's the splitters one that bugged as far as lining up. Merges seem to be okay. So, assuming that's right, we could delete that. And if it's wrong, we probably need to rebuild it. So let's delete that. And we're still not high enough. I'm going to have to go up there, I think. Can I jump from over here? How did I get up there before? I jumped from there and floated to there. That's what I did. Maybe I should have started with building access ways, factory access ways, and then later on expanded into everything else. Whoa, don't fall over. Oh, that was close. It's been a while since I've fallen over in VR. Actually, no, I don't think I've ever fallen over in VR. Come close a couple of times, though. Because I am playing standing up, so... And I don't have the greatest balance. Now, did that actually work? Because that indicator was pointing the wrong way there for a second. Oh, this is lower. That's right, I was going to do a slanted roof. Oh. Well, I guess we're rebuilding. That'll teach me for building the roof without actually looking at the reference point. Oh, not vertical. Ooh. Some Half-Life VR mods have scripted slides, and one of them nearly tumbled me. Yep. Yeah, especially with stuff that has old camera motion, where camera motion tends to be a bad thing in VR if it's forced. The closest I ever came to was, I think it was Sirento was the name of the game. And it was like a zippy ninja game. And you do these giant leaps through the air and then land on the ground, and your motion stops entirely. So your body thinks you're in motion, and then all of a sudden you're not. And I basically almost went flying forwards just from my body thinking it should still be going in that direction. Hey, Azurin, you got that band hammer? Thank you. Okay, so I mean I can build this bit at the top because this bit shouldn't change now. Ah, it's not the right height. And that conveyor did not face the way I wanted it to after all that. That one does. The problem is you can't rebuild a conveyor between two vertical mergers or splitters because they are dodgy. See? Dodgy. Okay, so let's go to the middle of that. Straight mode. Now I am running on the experimental branch tonight, mainly because I was documenting a lovely bug I found in one of my other save games, which was throwing me violently into the air. But I was also just lazy and thought, I'll just stay on experimental. What's the worst that could happen? So there may be bugs actually fixed in this version that there weren't last time. I need a hole up there, don't I? Tell you what, I'm just going to nudge it. Whee! I have no idea what height I want it at. That would be where the lift is, so down to should theoretically be correct. Yep, that didn't go stumpy, so that is actually the correct height. Thought I deleted those. Oh, that's interesting. I have multiple layers there. Right, hey, we now have steel beams coming down. So the steel beams will go that way, join up with the steel pipes and merge into this merger at the end there. So just under here. Should probably do the merger side first. That is a merger. Okay. The angles are just looking all squibbly squabbly to me, so it's like, what's going on here? So this should snap in here. Why does that not look lined up? Okay, that's better. So if I put this on, we should get a flood of pipes, and theoretically they'll all get sorted into the right container. Pipes! Pipes, pipes, and they're still going down, so hopefully this was the pipe output. Yes, it was. Good. So now we just need to get the beams coming over, and then we'll have finished sort of three of the 5 products, I guess, is the technical total sum. I'm assuming that looks neat along the back there. Ooh, no, it doesn't. Okay, curve was a bad idea. Because this needs to come like out and then across. And actually, maybe I should keep it straight for a bit. Yeah, that's probably neatest. So now these should come through there. Once they go all the way down. There they are. Beams. Beams and pipes. There we go. So now we've just got stators and motors left to go. And I think I decided to have a combined output down here and then the motors down there as well. I wonder if we can get this in the right place without actually... So if we assume that's kind of at the top because that's above, so we go down 2, that should be in the right position, and let's optimistically connect the conveyor. Not quite. So this will be stators, but I will need to merge in the motors, which is probably fine. I need to figure out where the heck the output is on this blueprint contraption that I made. Actually, do they come out the middle? No, that would be too easy. So there's the assembly. I think it's this side. Yes, there's stators there. So this is the output here. And here's a handy vertical climbing device thing. So this will go up from there. Probably actually just get away with building that now. Oh, and that's the wrong height. Because I think we're going to, if we put a merger in the middle, we're going to need an extra. It's probably a bit longer than I needed. Yes, we'll definitely need a conveyor for that. Why is it not giving me a magic arrow? Don't actually know where that was. Okay, I was in the middle of that one, so that should be correct. So we have stators there. Aha, here's the down for the motors. I already put that in place. That's the wrong way around. That's better. That's a long way up though. Yeah, we can nudge it. I might get a crick in the neck or fall over backwards, but okay, that's a little hard to tell. I think that's just at the top, so down 2 from there. And now I was fiddling with the output of motors. Did I actually send them somewhere? Yes, that's right. I made these wacky merges here, I think. No, that's an input. Output is... Where is the output? On the other side. Where this platform is not. So this is one output of the motors. And there'll be another one up there. And we haven't bothered to connect anything to it, apparently. I should probably put a vertical merger in first. How am I going to line this up? I need to know where this is lined up with. Basically, I want to line it up with the poles. Let's nudge. I don't know. I'm just going to randomly leave that up there as a reference. We can move it later. We kind of actually need to get up there and sort that out first. Actually, let's go straight for the stairs because we do need to be closer to the roof to sort this out. Yes, no, that hole is not in the right location yet. Oh, and I can't really... Actually, yes, I can. I can drop this down as a reference. That's not... That's a half meter out. How? How is the roof a half meter out? Oh, the roof's a half meter out. Okay. Wonder how I managed to snap that to there. No, that's a whole meter there. So why is this hole a half meter? Actually, I might have been holding... No, I don't think I was holding down the half nudge button. I have a bad habit of holding half nudge at random intervals. So let's just go lock. Do not touch the half nudge. That's still a half meter out. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because it's just lining up the holes. That actually means that the blueprint is probably a half meter out. I just need it for that positioning there. So down 2. That should theoretically be the right place. So the output will come out of here. In straight mode, run across to here, and we've left a pylon in the way. You're doing the Redux Expo. For No Man's Sky, I have already done the Redux Expo. It's the Normandy one, isn't it? I did most of them when they first came out. So technically I don't need the bits again. I mean, I should play more No Man's Sky, but I should actually like play the main story campaign sometime and unlock the autophage and stuff like that, because that's more pressing. I mean, I did the expedition on a different save. Actually, I think I might have done that expedition on 2 saves, so I might have actually already done it on the current one. Either way, I don't need to do it. And if I've only got 2 weeks, I don't like being rushed. So this might be a problem if this was half a meter out, because this probably won't snap cleanly now. I guess we'll find out. Oh, I can't go lower. It's probably a good thing to start from this point and then work up. No, don't fall down too much. I need more height than that. Ah, if you haven't done that one. That was a good one. I enjoyed that one, if I recall correctly. How is that a half meter? I'm confused. Well, we will figure out where to stick this hole. Let's just try it. We are certainly no stranger to half meter nudging in this save now. Okay, so trick with vertical lifts that are really long is, as long as you're snapping to a hole, see, that's as high as the lift goes, but if I snap to the hole, bam, full height. And it doesn't matter how high you go, as long as you snap to a hole, it'll go the full length. Now, that looks like it's actually lined up. Oh, that looks like it's actually clipping a heck of a lot and is really ugly. Can I... So that's where the other one was. We need to come out 2 more so it doesn't clip. So unfortunately, it's not going to be snugly inside the factory blueprint border like I hoped, but better to have it actually not clipped straight through a constructor. It's odd that that constructor is that close to the edge, but okay. No, yeah, that side, thank you. Oh wow, that actually worked. Sorry if I sound surprised. Vertical splitters and mergers, yo. Actually, this is experimental, so I wonder if they've actually fixed some parts of that as well. But experimental range is supposed to mostly be about the optimization spline curve changes they've been making. So I'm not expecting any vertical splitter merger adjustments to be made yet. But earlier in the week, yeah, see, it'll just let me attach the lift on the bottom when there's already a lift on the bottom. That's not good. Top Dion and Top. How do you pronounce your names? Top Dion X. Is that it? Top Dion X. I'm going to go with that. Good morning / evening / afternoon. How are you going? Satisfactory for console released earlier in the week. So if you have an Xbox Series whatever or a PlayStation 5, you can now play Satisfactory on a comfy couch with a controller. Does not support VR, and I know I can't port the mod to PlayStation VR, sorry. But if you like sitting on a couch with a cozy game, I can highly recommend that Satisfactory is a fun, cozy game. As long as you don't mind it sapping away lots of your time. Yeah, that's not lined up at all. Yes, the cats were fed. Don't believe them. Personally, I think a keyboard and mouse has benefits over console. Obviously, I'm biased because I prefer VR. But apparently the console commands do work quite well.
Please seek shelter.
So that's motors are going up there. So if I might leave that stuff there until... the other problem with console, if you wanted to be a problem, is there are no mods and there's no crossplay between console and PC, which is a little understandable but also a little disappointing. Because, you know, PC players tend to make ridiculously large factories, and if you try and get some of those and then play multiplayer on a console, the console people might struggle. Okay, we got an ad break coming up. So I'm going to take a short break once I put this in place, and I'm going to have a drink and do a few stretches while the Twitch ads are running. If you're on YouTube, you don't get ads, or at least you might get ads, but I have no control over them. Come on, I just want to put this in place so the motors can start streaming through. And will it work? Will it work? Huh, that went stumpy. Oh, that's down a meter. Interesting. There's also no motors coming down from there, so we've obviously stuffed something up. Oh, we've missed the thing off the top there. Okay, right, now take a break, and I will be back. My chat box is not on screen if it's meant to be. It is meant to be on screen. Is it not on screen? Okay, I will... that's because I was having SSL cert issues before. Thank you for that, Russ. I will fix that while I am AFK on the ad break. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back, and looks like I've fixed the chat overlay, so people on Twitch and YouTube should now be able to see each other's messages. Hello to people on Twitch and YouTube. See, I've changed my layout a bit, and I don't actually have a live stream preview like I normally do, because I think having that stream preview live was hitting my frame rate a bit. So I'm trying without it, but it means if there's any stream problems, I am relying on other people to tell me, oi, there's a stream problem. Should probably build some actual walkways in this factory if it's going to be this tall. These towers are not the most ideal way of getting around a tall factory. At least not as a permanent solution. So the motors are going there. Motors are not going there. So this conveyor lift looks like it's not working. Oh, come on, there's motors there, goes into the hole, and then the lift doesn't work. What's going on? So as I was saying before the break, with the release on console, there has been a lot of game updates that are currently on console that aren't on PC. So the console is actually ahead on a whole bunch of fixes, apparently. Still not working. I guess I can try and rebuild this part of the lift. Yeah, see, this is at the half meter, and I'm wondering if that's what's throwing this off here. Nope, it's working! It's working! So I really hope they fix that. I can't get to the hole from out here. Okay, motors go down there. Yeah, okay, see, we made this a meter lower on this side compared to all the other floors for some reason. So this hole needs to be a meter lower. Oh, I'm possibly not going to do that while floating. I need to be still so I get the right spot. There we go. I do have a Steam preview, but I have to like load it up in my headset, so I don't have it all available all the time. It should be convenient if this is a meter lower. Oh well. Now this I think needs to go in there. So how am I going to line this up? Probably should line it up with this floor below. Thanks, Russ. So if I put a hole... yeah, I probably do want it a bit further back here. So, no, it doesn't matter. That'll do. If I aim for the top of the hole, it should just snap to the bottom. Let's just go there and then just chuck it from there in a curve, because again we can tie it up later. But here comes our stators, and after a while we should be getting motors mixed in with the stators. Which, did I actually wire these up? Maybe not. Maybe I haven't programmed. Oh, I missed a belt there. Duh. Okay, my lift positioning was not great. Let's get this bit neat first. I'm not trying to snap to the roof, I'm trying to get in the hole. That's okay, that's an input. That's why that's not connecting. Duh. Okay. I could merge it onto the other ones. Let's get on top there and have a look at what I did. Because I thought I'd properly set up the logistics for all 5, but I possibly only did the first 3. And said, I'll come back and fix the rest later. Okay, so yeah, these splitters haven't been moved around. And they haven't even been programmed. Okay, so let's go overflow. This was stators, I think. This actually, let's take excess overflow out the left. That's going to be easier because that's going to go to the trash. And we'll put motors in this side. I mean, neat would be putting it here because that would actually line up with down there, but I think that would actually clip. So it's possibly better to still have this over here, except then it's going to stick out the back. Yes, it would have hit. would have run through these. So let's go from here and just make that like that. Because the throughput of all these factories will fit quite easily onto a single Mark III. That's not a problem. Now, is this lined up or do we need to move this? Wow, we need to move it 1 meter across, and 1 meter across will line up perfectly. So actually, I might even put it right on the corner there, so this is even less bent. I will probably clean this up and just make it a 2 meter slab or something later on. But for now, oh look, we got motors coming through. So they should hopefully any day now. There we go, some stators and some motors, yay. Okay, so this is almost fully functional factory, ignoring the lack of walls and stuff, and the floating concrete. Eventually these will overflow and fill up and clog. So we need to put an awesome sink in so that when that time happens. Now awesome sinks are really big buggers. I wonder if I can fit one under here. Yes, see that? It's not even going to fit under here. So I could put it up here and make it kind of a feature. Or at least if we put it here, it's got room to sort of stack up there. Apparently we're coming down here now. Do we care about that bush? Probably should leave a bit of space so that we can go out that direction a bit more. So let's see if it fits in here. No, not a truck. One awesome sink. You know what? I got an idea. If we rotate it this way around, the high part will be on this side. And that won't fit. I think I need to be above to see how it fits up there. Why is that not connected to anything? Did I delete something accidentally? Oops. Well, we said we were going to redo this like 3 sessions ago, so I think we're going to redo this. Neither of them have anything on them. That's suspicious. Did I break both of them? How have you managed VR? Is it just a mod? It is just a mod. Yes, just a mod. Just a mod that took me 18 months to create. But yes, if you do !mod info, it will give you a link to find out information about the mod if you are interested. Alternatively, you are watching on YouTube, Clipano, so in the description of the video there should also be a link to the mod info there. But it uses UEVR to do the VR 3D view part of it, but then it also includes a game mod in Satisfactory which completely changes all the UI elements to work in VR and has a custom HUD. So yeah, I don't remember deleting these. But I must have deleted them a while ago because they don't go anywhere. Okay, I guess we're redoing the logistics down here. But let's delete this because this is old logistics, and this will allow us to fit the awesome sink in this area without worrying about conflicting with those. Oh, no, don't delete them in the background. Okay. Clipano, I also have an install guide video on my YouTube channel as well. So if you go to my main channel, it should be pretty easy to find an install guide there. No problem. Yeah, yes, no, I did make it myself, and it's been a project of mine for a long time, so it's all good. I wonder if I can fit it around this way now that I've got rid of the logistics. I can, and that would make it easier. We could also make it a mini feature sticking out of the factory floor. Like we could actually raise it up to like this height and have that in the factory floor perhaps. Now let me get upstairs and try that out and figure it out. Because we have a lot of factory floor here and we're not exactly sure what we're going to be doing here space-wise. So having a bit of a feature like the top of an awesome sink sticking out might look good. No, not swatches. I mean, the overflow is coming from this end, so it'd be even better if we'd line it around this way.
Tear it all down.
Tear it all down. Thanks, Dippy. Is that how you get your frames back? Is it, Dippy? You just tear it all down and rebuild? Does stick out a fair bit around if I go that way, though. Good afternoon, Dippy. How are you? For those who are willing to try and get the VR mod to run the VR mod to run under Linux, Dippy has actually got it working under Linux, which is pretty amazing. And I'm waiting for him to write a guide. So if I just build that there, then we've got kind of a feature in the factory that we can come up to and interact. No power. Yes, I know it's got no power. Optimization. It is one way to optimize, although it doesn't optimize output. It's quite detrimental to output. Okay, so we've still got to figure out our logistics, and now we've made it even more complicated by sticking a massive big sink in the middle of the space. So we kind of need a roof. Although it's easier if I just bring it along. If it was one higher, I could have it just run along these slabs here. Build the replacement factory before? Yes, yes. Especially if other things are depending on what you're bulldozing. I make that 1 meter there. And okay, we're running into rock now. Oh, that's not great. I mean, it's technically not clipping and no one will see it. No one will know. Who will know? But if I go a meter higher, it could solve a lot of... No, a meter out, it would solve a lot of problems. Okay, so foot lined up with that point there. Let's rebuild it a meter. Tap. Should check upstairs, make sure that actually looks decent. Rather than assuming I got the line alignment right. Missed. No, don't. One day we'll have a rocket pack. I could spend a whole episode and go find Johnny. Johnny could give me a rocket pack. I mean, it's fairly center, and I don't think I'm going to get it much more center through nudging unless I go extreme precise techniques. So that's kind of lined up there, so I just put it there. Probably need to come down a bit first there. Ah, fine. Is that better? This sort of angles never line up neatly. And I can't tell if it's the right height or not. I mean, it was the right height. That's pretty amazing. I think I have to make this a little shorter and angle it differently. Here we go. Nice curve. Oh, we're already overflowing pipes? Really? We're full on pipes? That doesn't seem correct, is it? Wow, we're full of pipes. Actually, I did load the pipes from the old factory in there. That would be why. Okay. That's a interesting place for a PowerPoint. Oh, it's more to the front. Okay. Just that side. So there, that should cut through nicely. There we go. We are sinking pipes again. 26 coupons. This smart splitter was to, or is it a merger? It is a smart splitter. Yes, was to divert excess steel into there. So now we need to redo these logistics. So let's redo them. Might just redo them all underneath here. That way they can go under the sink. Under the sink. Could go through here. So this will be kind of just mirror it. Still need room for the iron to go through, so put that there. That can be a 1 meter. And we merge. Is that a priority merge or just a merger? Just a merger. Okay. So I should probably delete that. Because basically we've got 2 Mark III belts of steel coming in. Oh, that's interesting. They're coming in at that angle. Let's come in at that angle. Yeah, sure, we can rebuild that. This is iron ingots, which is what's used in the motors factory. Gotta love curves. That actually might be the right height. That, if so, that is a very pleasant. Cool. Look at that. It's the right height. Beautiful. Makes a change from being just 1 meter out. Right. So this, the entire belt goes to the steel pipes. This prioritizes adding to the steel pipes, I think. No, it prioritizes going through to the motors factory, but the overflow also goes into the steel pipes. So if I lined it up right, looks like I have, we can actually, let's drop it right there. See, this is why I just chuck down the logistics to be functional first. And then usually by the time everything's in place, at least then you have a better idea of how to have it fit in nicely. And you get a situation like this where it actually fits in pretty well in with the rest of the structure. So let's plug that into there. I mean, I'm ignoring the fact that I need to get through a whole bunch of rock at the other side with these. That's the next challenge. Hopefully we can come up through this slab without colliding with anything. Let's optimistically build exits there and there. Is that lined up? No, it's not. Oops, drift, stop drifting. How do we get out of here? Did we destroy this only way out? No, it's still there, good. Okay, cool. So this is still within the storage area and it's not conflicting with anything. So these can feed up into these two here. Can probably move them around a little bit different layout wise. Because they have to cross over. So this has to be the steel and that one has to be the iron. One situation where it didn't work out perfectly. What have we got under here? Just junk, okay. See, what I can do is I can make this a thicker slab. That's a 2, but that's a 1, which means... actually, yes, if I change this to a 4, it will kind of line up. But I kind of don't want it to do it like that, so... oh, I should have left it as is. So if we have one forward more than the other, that would help. Yeah, we got room. Can I join that without falling down there? Oh, I didn't do the lift low enough. Can I physically duck? No, it's way over there. Can I just... I don't think I can aim that way. Oh well, I'll build the top and then I'll go down and connect the bottom and it should hopefully just work. You know, it strikes me that by changing these distances around, we can reorder these without doing a silly crossover like that. I'm going to rebuild all this and see if I can get it to fit. So that's the iron. This is the steel. That is already right. No, the right is the iron. Okay, the right is the iron. So we need to make the iron that side. Oh, that's going to be a bit nasty there, but we can put it there. We can put the steel here. Actually, I don't mind that clipping there because it's technically going to be inside, so we can pretend the rock has been carved out. Now this level is... Just want to get something... Oh, that's actually... Yeah, no, I need to be above that. So I need to come up... 2, I think. The lift's around the wrong way. This is where I need to be sure that I've got them the right way around. This is the iron. The iron goes in there. This is the steel. Yeah, maybe I'll do right angled for both. And I'm paranoid, so I'm going to save it before I connect it up down the bottom, but that should be correct. That just auto-saved, didn't it? Damn it, I'm going to type in my long name. Okay, we've got 2 saves. Okay. Did we get it right? Iron and steel also look very similar. I mean, yes, you can kind of tell them apart, but they are very similar. Okay, everything's flowing. Now I need to go over and see if we've got green lights or yellow lights. Green lights, this is looking promising. Missed the jump. Okay, I think we got it right. So the iron is going into there to make the wire. Steel is going up there to make the pipes, even more pipes. Similarly over here, wire down the bottom, pipes on the next level. But then it goes up and up and up. So let's check up the very top and make sure the top blueprint is also green lights. I have tested this before because I did connect them up before. Yep, things are buzzing on the top level as well, so I think we're clear. So we should start getting new stators and rotors, sorry, stators and motors coming out. The output's a little slower. That's a motor and a stator and a motor. Cool. I think we are all functionally done. And I hear the sound of dinner in the distance, which is good timing. So we don't have the rest of the architecture. Obviously, that's what we'll be doing the rest of the stream after dinner. But we now have our 4 pillars of products coming out with a double on the end there. And we have our storage facility at the front here. And everything, hang on, we've missed a bit there. We're not done. We didn't finish that bit up there. I think it's bedtime for Russ. No problems, Russ. Thanks for coming along and hanging out. Have a good rest of the weekend. Well, actually, the weekend hasn't quite started yet, has it? Good time. You can try to sleep, but also get distracted by something for 2 hours. Yeah, we're going to see you back here in a little bit because you've eaten too much, had too much coffee. Well, good luck trying to get to sleep. I certainly can sympathize with the attempt to get sleep because sleep is definitely useful. I hope you succeed. Okay. So this has got to come across and then across here, which is the right height, and then it's got to go from here down to there. So that's the line there. So if I aim for the line, oh, that's not a line. I think this is out by half a square because I lined that bit up with the middle. So I think if we aim for the middle of the square, we should be lined up with the line here. So we kind of need to be the other side just to make sure there is space. And oh, I guess we're getting a closer look. Room space, room scale. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's try and do it from down here. So this should be a straight one. And we said... so it goes that way and that way. With a bit of luck and a bit of planning, it will line up perfectly. We could actually come another meter this way. I think I will. Well, I was thinking about that. So that's feeding in excess pipes from our pipe factory over there, which is coming down in here into this blueprint, which is making the heavy encased frames. And why is my constructor broken? Looks literally unplayable. Ah, there are 3 attached now. Cool. My dinner has apparently just arrived, and that is a really good point to pause it, because we should now have everything trickling down each of the factory wings. Now we can stick walls and stuff from later on. Okay, so I'm going to take about a 15-minute break while I eat dinner, and we'll be back after the break to continue and try and make this look like an actual factory rather than just a bunch of pillars and floating platforms. I'm going to run some ads sort of now and just before I come back. That way there'll be less ads later on. I really need to make some dinner time entertainment videos or something like that. Need to organize that. I'll put it on the to-do list. But for now, I will be back in about 15 minutes. Thanks for watching.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, I'm almost back. KB Callum, the command should have worked, but it looks like those commands I'm working on YouTube chat. But if you look in the description on YouTube, the description of the YouTube video should have a link to the mod information. And I will have to poke my YouTube API and see why it's not letting the commands work. Unfortunately, there's no easy way to test the bot stuff with YouTube. Yes, there was another guy earlier asking about it, but it looks like the information command is not working. Helps if I connect with virtual desktop before sharing. Yeah, that's better. We should be back. Hello, welcome back. Just getting my status windows working properly again. Hopefully you can hear me fine. You're on Discord. Of course you can hear me as you're in. Can everyone hear me in Twitch and YouTube land? Works, yeah. Hi, Yellow Swag. How's it going? Right, I've finished my dinner and we are back upgrading our steel factory. The steel factory is now fully functional, at least for the current scope. So we have kind of several wings to the factory. Over here we have encased beams being made. In the center here we have steel pipes and steel beams. And then over here we have stators and motors being produced. Cool, Olivia Messelink, thank you. And they're all coming down to a storage area in the front here, and they're also being piped into the dimensional depot below. And we now have an awesome sink wired up below, so any overflow gets sunk. So the factory is functional, but it's also ugly. So now we need to put walls and stuff on it. And we need to kind of bring these 4 factories into either keep them as sort of separate things with spacing between, or maybe kind of merge them together so there's one sort of front. Go to the OG Steels recipe route, or you simply do iron pipe. This one is the OG recipe. This is early game, and there's lots of coal over there. So half the coal is being used in my coal power plant over there, and the other half of the coal is coming through here. This is not a massive output factory. This is just producing enough basically for going into the depot for crafting. So I think it's like 10 per minute of the motors and stators, and like 30 per minute of the beams and pipes, something like that. So not a huge throughput, but it's going to be plenty for stocking up my depot and keeping me in parts for building. So might as well start on this side, because this one we actually have stuff going between the buildings, so we kind of already have sort of a cross through the middle here. I mean, it's mostly going to be a roof and a floor problem if we just merge them together. And also a height thing, I guess. Now, actually at the front here, I wanted one more square this way because that's going to be right on the edge otherwise. So we will come out to there on this inner factory. So this corner here will effectively be, are we vertically building? So it'll kind of be the edge of that one. And I mean, we could overlap it so that this is effectively, how are we going to do this? Because we could just have like, so that's the point there, and so that's kind of the edge there. But this factory comes out further, so the front of this one would actually be further forward, maybe even as far as this. Although we could do a diagonal angle. Like I kind of know what I want to do on the corners, but it's the bits in the middle that are hard bits. So maybe I start with the corners and do some experiments with some blueprints, because we've got these big features where the logistics are coming down. So let's just chuck a blueprint maker down. And we'll just mess around with some different styles. So what I was thinking is on the foundations, if we have sort of a set of layered things like this, I'm going to have height problems here, aren't I? Now, if we paint those black, we can paint them really black. What other materials do we have? No, I need a paint menu. Wrong button. I need to go to stop, back, paint menu. Because we've got this really black here that will turn any concrete like super black. Which could be good if we have like lights in the middle. But then I was thinking of having sort of a diagonal on the other side. Do we have any nice diagonal foundation parts? I'm thinking something like a corner up. like that. The problem is that that's... I guess that could work. From the edge, it's probably easiest to use good old road barrier tricks. So this rotates in 15-degree increments. So if you grab one of these and stick it on the corner, then you can easily... I'm kind of on the wrong side here, but that's okay. We can nudge it into place. I might go 4 meters so it's consistent with that. Actually, if I use a half foundation, it won't stick out the back as much. It's probably a good idea. No, don't copy the tower. So if I go full half foundation, and same from the other side. So I'm not great at architecture, so I'm trying to experiment a bit more and try out some ideas. I've seen lots of people's amazing builds before. And I've got some good styles that I like, but I'm trying to sort of get out of those styles and try something a bit different. We could actually add half-meter versions of the bottom slabs. Should probably snap it to the bottom now. Snap. Come on. This little bit that you need to aim at the end, and I'm quite a way away with a shaky hand because I'm not the most dexterous person. So similar around here, snap it on the bottom. So the trick to getting really black, now let's actually go to the paint menu again. So this color here is quite black, but when you paint concrete with it, it's all wishy-washy. So the way to get really black is when you edit your color. This number here is a number between 0 and 1. If you set this to 0, so it's black, and you set this to -5, it's basically negative saturation. So then when you paint it with that, it is really black. It's great for concrete, and I think it works on like the concrete pillars as well. There is super white as well, and you can also use it for getting very bright colors into concrete. But the range of colors diminishes the more extreme you get the contrast. So it does kind of make a difference. Kind of actually need this to fill the holes, I think. Maybe these ones should just be a continuation of the 4 meter. Because I knew we needed to stick something in the hole, so why not just cover the back of it? Although it is really hard to see where the individual slabs are with it being this black. I had this question a lot, but how does the jetpack feel in VR? The jetpack feels amazing in VR. all the movement in Satisfactory, you know, for a game about building factories, the movement systems in it are liberating. They are amazing. Like hypertube cannons, great fun in VR as well. And I mean, I have a fairly strong stomach for motion sickness, but I haven't had any problems in Satisfactory. And I think a lot of it is because all the motion is based on actions you do. So as long as your brain knows that pressing this button is a jump, that if that's a jump or a jetpack, then your brain says, yes, it's behaving how you expect it to. We're going to definitely need some sort of contrast here. Otherwise, it's just going to look black from a distance. I wonder if we should actually make that a gap as well. So to have it up there, so yeah, a bit spikier like that. Even just that simple slide jump is great. The only problem is if the frame rate is not great unless you've got a really good graphics card. So I have a 3080, NVIDIA 3080, and I run on medium settings and medium resolution, and it's acceptable, but it certainly looks much better on high res, and there's definitely no global illumination going to be working in this one. Now let's try and slip a sign in there. Now the problem is that these are only half a meter and the gap is a whole meter, so it might be better to just put stonking big ones in there. And because these are two diagonals in either side, there is actually no absolute centerpiece there. So how are we going to do this? Actually, what we can do is put one of these in here, because that will be dead center. And then we can attach our sign to that or line it up with that. Actually, if we put a wall there. So if you hold down control, or on the VR mod, it's the bottom lower left, you can swap the barrier with another item like a wall. And that will basically replace it. Actually, if I copy those billboards there, can I get to one? That's a small billboard. Yes, okay, because that'll copy the settings as well. Now that is going to be forward a bit, so I could nudge it back half a meter. That might be visible. So let me just extend that so I have a reference if I need to rebuild it. Okay. Yeah, that works. I don't know if this is going to work when I put it all together, but cool. 2 of them is enough, because I would hate to require like 2 and a bit. Well, that definitely makes that pop a bit. Not sure what to do about the slope. I could put some feature ones on like this. I'll just put some of these up the middle, but again, it's not going to be exactly in the middle unless I put another line them up with another traffic cone. Traffic cone? Traffic barrier. I'm wondering if I need a little bit along there. Maybe I do need another sign. Let's put that. Can't see if it's actually in the middle from there. Ah, it's diagonal nudging. No. You know what? If we delete these two, we can put the barrier on. We know it's in the right spot there. Dope. I've just realized this has actually got a slight pattern on the outside, so I really should rotate it the other way around. Come on. Can't actually see where the next one up is, but that's at least centered. One, that's actually less than one. Maybe I need two of these, so similar to that, but without the middle component. See, these are also steel, which adds a bit more texture. I could actually make these steel up the side. I'm going to try that, see how that looks. Steel looks almost too white, too light against the black. Unless I change the black for a different material, maybe? I don't have the fancy metal finishes yet. I don't know how they look on concrete. Yeah, no, I don't like that. I think I'll go back to black. I think I'll try it with the black. Again, because they're blueprints, once I have a general concept, then I can easily rebuild it later just by taking out the old blueprint and putting in a new blueprint. I'm going to make this height level though, so... There we go. So now that sign is dead in the center of that. So if I put another one on top, because basically these signs are every 4 meters. Now the question is, do I put multiples across? You know what, I'm going to leave it as is. As I said, it's a blueprint, so it's easy to rip out and put a new one in with a similar variation. What did I call the other ones? Actually, I didn't think of it here. Steel output. Okay, so I'm going to call it steel because it's part of the steel factory. Steel. Corner. Oh, I need another space in there. If I go, I mean, it's kind of that, but totally not that. It's closest to the asphalt, actually. So if I pick an asphalt bit like that, that might give a good representation. So that's kind of the bottom. So we build that at the bottom corner of the building. And then we need a top bit, which is basically the same but reversed. So trying to figure out how I can build this with what I've already got. Actually, let's clear the blueprint. No, actually, if I delete it all, I get to keep the file name and the icon already configured. But it will basically be one of these. And then if I build, oops, I build that on top and then delete the top. That's backwards. Reverse, please. That's better. So yeah, we're going to delete that and replace it with just a 1 meter. So let's put the 1 meter in place first. And I kind of need a 1 meter at the top here. Come on, I want you to be on top. Fine, I'll nudge you in place. And we just need that very black. I thought I put it on the quick lookup. Actually, it's under here, colors. It's probably going to be hard to see those signs from the ground. I think we need some strips along here. I wonder how I can do that. I mean, there's always beams. Beams solve everything. Although pillars, I think, snap better than beams, if I recall. If you have an arbitrary angle, that won't snap. But if you have a pillar, sorry. Yeah. Then it will properly snap at whatever angle that pillar is in. So we need pillars along where these angles are. That's not quite it. That's close. And this rotates in 10 degrees, and I think the other one rotates in 5 degrees. So if I put this at the bottom, I nudge it up. Actually, that is actually fitting on the beam at that angle. That is odd. So if I put it there, but nudge it half a meter in, is it visible? It is. Excellent. It's also slightly clipping into that edge though. So close. I'm going to leave them off for now. I think we can... Again, it's a blueprint, so I can come back later and update it if I need to. Maybe I do need a line top and bottom. Steel corner top. And let's go with the inverted version of that. Just that one. Just facing the other angle. So I guess we chuck it on the corner and see if it looks decent at all. I was going to stick it out a bit like that, but the fact that the diagonal is... Yeah, because this wall is already sticking out, putting it there, maybe we do it back a bit. But we haven't done the middle bit of the wall. We need a repeatable little section in the middle. It's facing the wrong way! Whoops. Let's try that again. Steel corner. Oh, that's the bit sticking out the back. Okay, gotcha. That's better. Okay, yeah, so that doesn't stick out. So if we bring it forward like that, that's really going to cut it close with this factory. See, I don't know if we need, I don't know if we can put one in this spot here. I think we would just maybe put them on the far corners, and maybe some of the vertical parts we do something different. We can certainly try putting it on the other corner of this factory here. Oops, not there. It's actually pretty big. If I was to stick the top on, I think it was done. Maybe we need to extend this all the way down further. Yeah, look at there's a big patch of ground under there. We can go way down. It is going to cut into the rock, but I don't actually mind that, I don't think. Can't tell which side the pattern's on from here. It's on this side, damn it. Top is pretty big. Ah, that's lining up with stuff that's at an angle, so I'm gonna have to put it down here. And just nudge. I hope it doesn't nudge diagonally. Now this we probably want to go higher than the top. Wondering if those signs need to be forward a bit. I mean, it's fairly imposing, I guess. Nope. Still not 100% sold on the all black. We could have like a concrete pillar that matches there, so that fits in with that style. Lines up with that. Do we want a full frame window? So we're going to miss the frame ever so slightly on that side, unless we go all glass. I think we need to bring a wall that aligns with this factory forward until it meets this factory. think that's how we get them to line up. So that's technically where they would intersect, is it? Yes. This makes me wonder what those bottom ones are lined up with. And of course this is right over a conveyor belt. I think this middle joint, I'll just do two metal pillars like this. I don't think we need the big black monstrosity in the middle here. Oh, just made it. Probably could have done a half there. It's not perfectly lined up, but do I have windows on any of these hotbars yet? I don't think I do, because normally once I build a window, I just build a window with the style of the building and then I just sample it. Oh, it almost fits. Almost. Well, we just have to move the factory across the meter. Where's Dippy? He'll be happy to do that. Oops, do not go freeform. We can tidy up the top later. You know, now that I've built this could have been a little bit one way or the other. Looks a little odd with that one being a little wider than that one, so maybe if I do bring it in a meter or two, we can make the two sides look a little more even. Oh, mantle. Oh. It's not that kind of game, I'm afraid. I mean, for a factory game, the movement is very flexible and versatile. But no mantling up ledges. Ah, whoops. Okay, so if we do have that there, and if we have it 1/2 meter in like the other side, then this would go here. That's there. I just need to bring the other one across so it looks like it fits a bit better. That's kind of more even. Unless we do a 1/2 meter. A 1/2 meter would make it look a bit better. I mean, that spot's, it's slightly ahead there. Go back 1/2 meter. It would be more of a joint. And this is just the front. It might bite me later, but this is just the front of the factory, so being aligned 1/2 meter out is okay, and that's a lot more even now. Was actually, that was the 1/2 meter. Okay. So this we line up with that, and we just bring it back so it's in line with our other one here. And we have room for a teeny tiny window there. That bit there we could possibly chuck some... how am I going to do this? Have we done any walls anywhere else? I think we don't think we have in this factory. That's more the other factory style. We've done that. But that little half-meter nudge gets it overlapping a bit better. That way, that's still got sort of the steel sort of theme there. Okay, so we need something in between here, and this is probably where we're going to actually have walkways and stuff. And we need to figure out how we're going to have a walkway from down there up there and then up to there. So maybe we should do the walkway now. While we're still fiddling with this joint between blueprints here. Between factories, I mean. And I'll sort. Take it. Hey, I wasn't on a crack between two bits of concrete. Okay, it's quite a way down to the lobby there. If I keep this curve here, I can have a curved front over the water. Because basically each one of these foundations is like 2.5 degrees from each other. So then we can have a curved front to this front room here. And because we've got those there, we can now delete these reference pieces, which is where we got the 2.5 degree increments from. Which means the inside floor can be nice and flat. Which means we will need a sliver more floor to cover up this hole here. Actually, I probably won't have that window on the edge. So this is the thing. We need a way of getting into this room because this is where the foot traffic comes in. So we'd probably have a walkway around here leading to transport options. So you'd come along the walkway here and into the doors into the room here. So I don't actually know what that walkway is here yet. It could be like a factory cart course or something. Again, I should just put down something because we can come back later and replace it, update it as needed. That was not lined up with where I thought it was lined up. Oh, there's a minor seam there, is there? Yes, there is. Okay, yeah, okay. There's the inside one and the outside one. We actually probably want the outside one. We keep this theme of the big fat metal pillar and then a little concrete pillar. This floor over here is at a different angle, so I need to actually put the bits on this on the square over here and then nudge them into place. See, it's not lined up with that foundation it's sitting on. What alt recipes are you using for steel? I am using the solid steel recipe. Actually, I can show you. I'll show you my ingot production. My ingot production is actually way over here, because the coal and there's copper and iron over this side of the blue crater. Sorry. So for the steel production, I have 2 Mark II miners, which are overclocked a bit, I think. Yes, overclocked a little bit. And I also have copper from there and iron from there because I'm using the iron alloy recipe. So solid steel, this alternate solid steel ingot recipe, highly recommend this. This is a really good efficiency boost early on. It gives you like an extra 50% output, I think. Because normally it's like 45, 45, 45, and this is 40, 40, 60. So this gives you a big production boost, and it's also higher output. And over here I am using iron alloy ingot. This allows me to add a little bit of copper to get considerably more iron. So normally iron is like 1 to 1. So now we're adding 8 iron and 2 copper to get 15 iron, and also the output is 100 per minute. So part of this save, I'm trying to do higher output alternate recipes to try and keep the number of machines down but have the output still considerable. I don't like building huge slabs of different machines. Like, yes, you can scale up easily that way, but for this particular playthrough I'm trying to go more on machine number efficiency more than the resource efficiency. But these two are resource efficient for sure. If you were being a purist, then pure iron is more efficient. You just add water to iron and you get like double the iron. But I really like this because these are much nicer than refineries. They're nice and squat and small, whereas refineries are massive and skinny. Using the petrol coke steel recipe. See, I haven't got to the oil stage at the moment. But yes, making steel out of oil later on, I actually really like that alternate recipe. And again, that one's really high throughput, so you can squeeze a little bit of oil and output a lot of steel. I might use that recipe to make heavy modular frames when I get to that point. Okay, did I put a window here? No, good. Otherwise splat. Okay, so we've got an entry here. Ah, splat. Missed. This little staircase is getting a lot of use tonight. I'm looking forward to having all these holes plugged up. Let's try that again. This is the main entry, and that's a hole. I can probably delete that. I don't need that anymore. There, less holes. Okay, so we have an entry here. Let's delete those. these, and I'm probably going to need them in a second, but oh well. So this is our main. We can probably extend that wall on the angle out, or even curve it another degree. I don't have a normal wall to copy. Oh well. Actually, I'll go to the steel wall because it kind of keeps the theme of the output of the storage here. If that was tilted, that would fill in the gap and meet up, I think. Get our old friend the road barrier. Rotate it 1 notch for 15 degrees. So we put that there. Yes, that does cover up that. And now we go our... Oh, I could have put a roll-up cake there. I keep forgetting about all the new parts that are in there now. Space wall. So that will then go in like that. And we could put one of these... Snap it to this bit. Like that. I find it easier building in VR, but I've been playing in VR for over 1,000 hours now. I did have like 1,200 hours of Satisfactory on playing flat before I started the VR mod. I like the aiming in VR. I like having the aiming separate from the camera motion. The depth perception does help a little bit, so when you're trying to put something in, actually having some depth does help. My hand is a little shakier, so it is a little harder to accurately place things. Pulling the trigger on a controller is a bit more of a movement than a mouse click, but you can always lock. So on this hand, if you press the top button, you can lock in place. So usually I'll aim, lock, and then build so that I'm accurate. And if I don't, then sometimes I'll miss where I'm aiming. But it's not too hard to you get into that rhythm of aim, lock, build. Okay, so there's our front door. So we might want to continue this front of this building around, so we have sort of like an internal... Oops, I just built twice there. Nope, I didn't build twice. Yes, it's the hologram lock. So it's the same as the keyboard. So if once you lock it in place, you can nudge it, same as you do on keyboard and mouse. Rotating is a little harder in this. So there's 2 ways to rotate something. You can either pull down on the stick, and then you've got these little nudges, and as you move the stick around, it rotates 1 notch, which is a little fiddly. Or the other way you can do it is if you hold that top button on this controller, it brings up a radial menu, and then you can do this. So this is much better for big movements of when you want to do lots of degrees at a time. But I still use this old method of doing the little notch at a time because it tends to be a little more accurate. Because again, your hand movements, it's very easy to accidentally move it just as you're releasing it. But once you get a bit of practice in, it's not too bad. Actually, that looks pretty good with the concrete either side. Oops. Okay, so we can now have a staircase up from here that goes up to there. Probably best to start from the top. None of these crisscross the cables. We need to redo the entire wiring for this factory as well. Cool, thanks. You're on YouTube. If you look in the description of the YouTube video, there's a link there to the mod. But yes, I've been working very hard to make this a complete VR conversion. So this is effectively your quick build menu. It's a radial menu. So it's the same as the buttons on the bottom of the flat mode, and you can also, if you prefer, you can use this quick bar. So some people like using this this one's more easy to jump between different bars, but I tend to stay on a couple of bars itself, but you can use that as kind of a selection pool for selecting build things. I wonder if I can fit a double width staircase in here. Yes, I'm the author of the mod. Took me, I started it January 2024, and it took me about 18 months to release sort of the 1.0 version. But there were lots of people playing it really early. Like even before I announced it was released, someone found the GitHub and was trying to get it working. So there's been a lot of interest, mostly from the VR side of it, because VR people, there's not a lot of quality VR titles, so they're super enthusiastic when anything else comes along. So we had some people who had only played Satisfactory in VR. Their first Satisfactory experience was in VR, and that was pretty amazing. This could be a little bulky. It's not too bad. Then we kind of need an entrance into this other... Oh, right, that's lower. That's on the same level. Or is it? No, it's higher. Okay. How am I going to work this foot traffic logistics? I've been meaning to do this for a while, but I hadn't thought of it. Just this guide, autonomous VR controls are easier to use than the official controller support. Is that just because you've been using them longer? Thank you, Just. It's like yeah, we have people who really like the mod. The official controller implementation is actually very different from the VR controller implementation, which kind of threw me when I tried it out. But in VR, you have motion, so you have gestures as well. So I can reach over my back to open my inventory with grip, or if I use trigger, it will draw out my equipment. And similarly, on the left, I can use grip to pull up a VR specific HUD, and that has like markers in the distance that are all shown in 3D. And also gesture up here turns your flashlight on and off. Plus, actually, I probably want the flashlight on. Plus this menu and just being able to point makes a huge difference. Like the official controller support, you're just using joysticks, so your aim is worse. Whereas in this, you are literally pointing at where you want things, so it's actually better. How am I going to get foot traffic into the other factory? So this we can do as walkways here, like this. So you can come from the bottom down here, up here, and then in here. But how do we get to that floor there, which is actually lower? There is I saw this was on the live stream for the consoles. There is a button to if you go to your equipment radial on console, I think the D-pad turns flashlight on and off. Because someone on the live stream had that question. I mean, I could just put stairs down here. Seems a bit silly to go up and then down again, though. That also doesn't look like it's 4 meters high. No. Oh, yeah. That's nudging diagonally. Nope. In fact, someone had to... Hey, how many times have people asked about the VR controls? There are lots of controls in the VR that are not that easy to figure out. I do have a bunch of new features I want to add, but at the moment I've paused development and I'm mainly doing bug fixing, and I'm getting to play it. Like, this is a new playthrough that I only started a couple of months ago because the mod's now at the point where I'm happy to play it. There are a whole lot more features I'd like to add. For a start, it's dependent on UEVR currently. The boombox actually got a minor upgrade last time. The positioning is better, but yeah, I need to add controls to the boombox. That's minor though, unless someone hassles me for it. Yeah. I'd like to move away from UEVR and have a native VR plugin, but I haven't figured out how to load the native VR plugin for it to work with Satisfactory as a Satisfactory mod. So that's a challenge. I'd also like to improve the hands. Like, at the moment, the hands are quite simple. I'd prefer to have a full body avatar. But the next thing I'm looking at doing is actually camera support for the photo mode. I play the music in the background and stream it. I'd like to work on the camera mode next, actually, so you can take snapshots with the camera, and if I can do it right, I should be able to get it so you could pose in VR while taking the external third-person Pioneer shots. At the moment, the camera UI is completely separate from the rest of the game UI, so it doesn't automatically work. It's not just a drop-in, but I would certainly like to have that working. It would certainly make me making thumbnails a lot easier if I could do it all in VR. I reckon I could just have a path through here. Although it might be a bit ugly. Because I do want to kind of block off that. I mean, I could leave the logistics visible. Bit of an industrial look. I do want to cover over this underground bit though. Although I might just do something similar to the roof. Could grab these parts and could put them of course that's different slope to the staircase. That's a tilted wall 4. Is there an 8? Yes, there is. And that's clipping that conveyor, but I could move that. That's okay. Satisfactory esports. Oh, that's already that spot. I'd also like to have the controls in the vehicle be a little more immersive. Currently you control the vehicles using joysticks, but it'd be nice to actually have you look like you're gripping the steering wheel. That would be cool. I think that's just snapped on there. Been playing a bit on Steam Deck. Ah, so the Steam Deck controls. So, I don't know if you're listening earlier, just this guy, but there's a lot of changes on the console version that haven't hit the PC version yet, and that includes a whole pile of Steam Deck specific support. I see, I just can't have it nudged forward as much. So yes, if you are playing on Steam Deck, there should be a bunch of improvements on the horizon. Not sure this is going to work. I think I'm just going to have to go a diagonal wall across. Have been able to play. Yeah, the controller support is still pretty solid. Hypertubes are very cool. I also have first-person hypertube support, but there's a button to toggle between first-person and third-person. So if you do or don't want to be inside the hypertube, you can. I think I'm just going to have that come across like that. Now, if I could make that glass, that would be cool. The glass windows are only a 4-meter slope, not an 8-meter slope, so that would not work. Plus, being able to turn and physically look around is really useful. Okay, so we have up here, we come down the stairs. We have our sink there. I'm going to delete these because if we need to get up in the machines, we should build actual proper walkways. Okay. I noticed there's some pillars here that are missing because we haven't filled in where the power was being connected. Okay. Along here, I think... Ah, I wanted to zoop that. So I could bring that up. Probably there is fine, actually. I mean, you can just run up these. Okay. Should tidy up this factory a bit. I think I'll make them one big factory rather than separate independent factories. Although that's a big hole to fill. So not sure what I'm going to do there. Maybe we concentrate on the front for now and get the front finished. It's a Hollywood factory, we'll just get the front done. Actually, we could have walkways that come out here and then go up to the factory buildings. Kind of like that idea. Not that one. You'll go straight catwalk. So yes, because if I have it here, then technically you could inspect the machines along here from this height, and you could inspect the machines below. I just need a corner piece here. Probably should have somewhere where it goes up. Okay, that actually fits quite nicely. Maybe I should run up to the back wall here. And then we can have a runner along the back wall there. So I said let's do the front, and now I'm getting distracted by walkways inside. This is fine. No, don't put one over there. So well, that's to the far edge, okay. Oops, we missed some. See, we could even have walkways go between the different floors. Maybe I have a walkway from there that goes up to that top floor, and that would help fill the gap in a bit. Where's a T-piece? That one? Definitely kind of need another runner up higher. At least on that side. That side doesn't need a higher run, whereas this is going up to there. So if we put an expansion up higher over this side. That's probably not going to line up neatly. No, it's not. That's we'll figure something else out. So is this high enough? This is probably a decent height to access the other machines. So let's go. No, not rotate. Let's go a corner piece. And this will be a T piece. And we repeat our zoop. Should probably not stand so still. I'm getting a bit cramped in the legs. I hear a cat meowing. Hey, spot on the right length. Nice. Yes, okay, this will go to here. And we'll put a corner piece here. Technically, I consider we should put supports under it. Maybe it's just some beams. Although it's because it's so close to the poles, it actually doesn't look too bad structurally. At least let's check from the bottom. How's it look from over here? Yeah, that's not too bad. Almost tempted to put another layer up to access the ceiling stuff. So if we wanted to join this up, the easiest way to do it is to continue this angle here. So it's not perfect, but height-wise, actually that looks pretty good. You can almost not tell that that's a 6 meter rise, not a 4 or an 8 meter. I'm quite happy with that. Of course, now we really need some safety barriers. Where did I put them? There's those barriers, but maybe put a childcare centre back here or something. Or a doggo care centre. Maybe I just make this a T-piece and just keep going up. Just allows us to get at the logistics a bit easier as well if there's another level up here. Although these will go right to the roof. Oops. I think that was the old target roof line. Walk on the spot, walk on the spot. Don't fall over, don't fall over.
Azure Ran has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
That's probably a good idea too, because I ran extra ads while I was having dinner. This is probably past my break time, so yes, let me have a drink. Just after I finish this factory. I mean, no, just give me a second. Let me have a drink and step on the spot a little. Oh. Where's my drink? There is my drink. Touch my toes as well. Oh, crick, crick, crick. Okay. Now untangle all the cables. Right, thank you. I'm a little more refreshed now. There. Access walkways. Wouldn't it have been easier if I just did that to begin with? Maybe I should. Maybe I should start with some walkways. I mean, if I'm using vertical constructors like this, I kind of know the spacing. So it wouldn't be too hard. This is actually literally every 8 meters. And it actually fits in nicely with the levels of the constructors. It doesn't get in any of the way of these things sticking out. There's going to be no HNS issues unless you're really tall. Okay. So a little distracted, but I think that's actually coming along quite nicely. So we probably should do a similar thing here. Although that I'm less worried about. But this one in the middle here was a little bit bare before, so that gives it a bit more character as well. So I need to do something about the logistics here to tidy it up, but that's not a priority, I don't think. I think I still want to work on kind of the front of the building. I was going to stick a pillar right in the middle of this place, but I suppose I could with an archway. Like I could still do something like this, but... So that's lined up with the line there. That's lined up with the line there. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, this would be the middle here. So if we kind of have a roof over here, we can still have this as a walkway that's still under shelter. Or we could have it open air. I feel it's an awful lot of work and detailing for early, but yeah, yes. Well, this is the thing, is like this is only the steel start of the game, so. But I made a part of the goals of this playthrough is to not leave floating foundation factories. So up there on the hill is my basics factory. So up there is a factory that makes, you know, your rods, your plates, your reinforced plates, all those kind of basic stuff. But there's a curium node up there as well. So I'm also making AI limiters and quick wire in there. So that was my first. I mean, I've got, where's the elevator? The elevator's way over in the grasslands. That's where I actually started. So I had enough in the grasslands just to finish phase 1, unlock all the cool stuff. And then I came here and sort of built coal power and then worked on that factory. Now I'm working on this factory. But yes, it's like it took me 1 stream to make the motors blueprint and then 1 stream to throw it all together, and now it's going to take me 2 streams to finish all the walls and things, I think, because this is the 4th stream I've been working on this factory. But the idea is this is the blue crater, and I've got a circle radiating out from here, and the idea is to have little factories all the way around here, all facing inwards, lined up with the circle. So each of these factory wings lines up with a different spoke of the circle. Yeah, see, that's pretty thick there. So we could go a thicker one in the middle here, although I don't think it needs it. I think that's fine as a thin one because it's kind of the middle point of that factory. Cool, thanks. Yeah, I'm not in a rush. I'm trying to take my time with this playthrough. Although part of me is like, come on, I gotta get to trains. I want to do some trains. That's when the real logistics starts. Now, I might do this other corner here, so if we can kind of match the theme of that one there. And that's kind of lined up with this factory here. So, oh, I missed. Why don't I just build that there? This is actually 1 meter forward. But yeah, if I do a similar sort of wall this side, then we can continue the front around there. In the middle, we can always figure out later as far as sticking windows in there or something. Yeah, I don't have time to go super detailed like some streamers do, but I am trying to make them look like factories and make them functional and walkable. I'm trying to use blueprints where possible, but yeah, these walkways aren't easily blueprintable. Although this, I could probably blueprint a walkway around, because this is all blueprints in the middle here, so that's a stack of constructors, which is a single blueprint. So I could actually build the walkways into that blueprint, and then I just have to do the corners on the side. So if I wanted to keep this style moving forward, I could certainly do that. So over here, we just had a sliver of a window. It's a pillar's width of a window, and then another pillar on this side. So pillar width, and then another pillar there. And then that there. And then that line here follows forward. To a point that actually that might meet just here. That might be fine. So that's lined up with that. That's actually probably pretty good because that looks like a similar join to the other side, but the other side was a little more fiddly. Yeah, that's okay. Except this is only going to go up that high to line up with this. That way, you got a nice big window, you can actually kind of see in some of the factory that's going on. So that's a slab and pillar. So we have a slab and a pillar's width here. So how's that going to line up? Actually, this will kind of be where you have another big black pillar on the end here. Just wondering if I want to take it wider, but that is kind of centered, so let's work on that and chuck some... How are we going to get in this factory? We probably want to feed through from this floor here. And yeah, not sure how I'm going to do walkways around these blueprints. And again, once I get the bigger blueprint maker, it'll have a bit more room for building walkways built into it. But at the moment, it's a bit squeezy with a 4x4. So over there. Okay, we stayed aligned with this factory. So let's close off this. No entry. Got to come in the other ones. Maybe I'll put a side entrance actually. Where's a window I can copy? I didn't put any here, did I? No, I haven't put any windows there. So this is obviously bigger than a window, and I don't want to fill it with stuff. So what I'll do is I will zoop it across. Apparently I'm going to miss. I'll zoop it across 2 and then nudge it to there. Then we should get a border in the middle. That's right, we were going to put the spiky black thing on the side there. Let's chuck that in now and see if it looks any good. Still not sold on it. But as a side cap, it might be okay. It was kind of this layer. So actually, if we come all the way down to this level, we might overlap that. Okay. Architecture, steel corner. Did we put a steel beam up against the other one on the other side? I think we might have. Or did we just put the concrete? That looks like it's just concrete. Okay, so the black kind of ducks into the edge of the small concrete one. Let's go this way because I took that staircase out. Actually, probably didn't want to be out here. Blueprint steel corner. That looks bigger. I'm pretty sure it was more like that. Yeah, that's better. Maybe. No, it should come another meter this way. Or is it? No, that's right. Okay, so there's a bold black corner. No, not that one. Actually, the top itself was pretty big, and I'm not going to go full height here, although I might do another black one further back here. So if we just stick the top bit on top. Oh, I've got a cramp in my foot. Actually, I'm going to sit down on a stool for a bit. Just give me a sec. Take the weight off my feet for a bit. Okay. Nope, that's backwards. It is that way around, right? No, not quite. Or is it? It's very hard to see with the yellow and the black. Okay, it is that way around. How high is that? I think we do need to go, yeah, we need to go up a little bit. See, this flat here is too black. Needs to be... That's just more like a normal concrete. If it was more like a normal concrete... I mean, that's still pretty dark. Maybe I just go with that dark. See, at least now you can see a bit more texture in the diagonals, whereas the black, all shadow lighting was lost.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Yeah, I'm going to leave that as grey. So I've got the black that side and the dark grey this side. And I'll see which one grows on me. Okay. Yeah, a bit above, so there's a nice cap. Okay, this is starting to come together. Got the glass this side. I'm going to do in-betweeny bits. Take out that, although that will come out over this bit. We still need to do sort of the roof over this part here. But that was an ad break alert. So Twitch wants me to take an ad break. So I'm going to take a quick break and have a bit of a drink of water and have a stretch. And we'll be back. Basically, it's a three-minute ad break. So I will be back after this. Thank you for watching. We'll be back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we're back in Satisfactory in VR, working on some architecture. Trying to make a steel factory look like a steel factory. So then we've kind of got the layout of the front mostly there, although we still need to do sort of the back height part of the motors, but with that will really need us to do the roof of this part first. So that will be a later thing, I think. I think we need to define sort of this front office a bit more and maybe get a roof going for it. So, because this will affect how the rest of the flooring and that goes above. So this is our fancy doorway. Now is that one window wide there, or did I make it too wide? I think that's a perfect fit. Yes, it is. Nice. Okay. So the front I wanted to keep all glass, just kind of as a curved front looking out over the water. This kind of needs to line up with that. So maybe we come out one more, although that's pretty close. Like if I put that there and bring it out. Actually, it'd be kind of, if I line it up with this and then run it back, it kind of overlaps. Maybe I really should redo the wiring, but I kind of need walls before I can do the wiring. Unless I do it all underneath. Which I could do it all underneath. It's probably a decent stopgap measure, actually, is to just put all this wiring. That way it's in a maintenance area rather than just random poles, because those power poles are there from like the very early initial quickie steel factory I just put together to get steel rolling. Somewhere down here I need to put sort of like a master switch, which will be the power for the whole factory. So again, this is still temporary, but it's hidden under the floors temporary, which means it'll be there forever probably. Okay, so that's power from there going under, so I really should connect it on the other side, otherwise the entire set of factories is going to lose power when I disconnect the ones at the top. Hey, relax. Good morning. How are you going? 07, indeed. This power is going... Where is that power going? This power is non-essential. What's the bet? It trips something. Wait for it. No, we're safe. Phew. I don't have any power storage containers at the moment. You good? Just finished stand up? Yes, another busy Friday, is it? So now that that's connected to there, if I delete this... Like at the worst case, the steel factory will lose power here, but everything else shouldn't now, theoretically. Yeah, so this is still getting power from here. That power connector is on, and conveyors are on the one bit of concrete that isn't actually going anywhere. You have to do a test strategy and test cases today and you're done for the weekend? Cool. Do I have power switches? Well, in an hour I'm going to be finished, so I'm on my last stretch here because it's getting late here, and I'd rather not run too late tonight. Okay, I haven't unlocked switches yet, but let's pretend that we put a switch under here. Let's pretend that's the switch for the entire factory. So this is the main grid. This is the factory power. Although again, I'm kind of sticking it on foundations that might not be there once I remodel stuff. So with that connected, I should be able to disconnect that. But we need to run power up there to that factory. So probably from here across to here. And then up to somewhere. If I put it there, I know it's where the elevator, problem is this is kind of built on this rock, so we don't have as much room for logistics and stuff under here. I don't know if I put a power connector underneath or not. Okay, so the blueprint's power is mostly internal, except for this pole feeding the miner and the blueprint. So let's tidy this up. Let's take it from this side of the blueprint. Nope. And hopefully that's the lift I put the power point near. Looks like it might be. I think that's close enough. I don't think that'll be visible from above. You know, I should stick a second staircase there. I'll keep running up that bit. Okay, so this blueprint is now getting power through this cable here, which means I should be able to delete that cable. And because the blueprint has power, if I connect that again, probably overthinking it for now. I'm just going to connect it direct. We can do a fancy power pole later. So that pole can go. Which means I think those two poles can go. That wasn't too bad. Still a little messy, but at least it's sort of under boards where it can be tidied and maintained a bit differently. Okay. probably do need a door over this side so people can walk through to the power station. Ah, that's how I did it. It was over the middle, but like that. Okay. This is going to be fun. How far into the pillar was that embedded? Actually looks like it's right up against the edge of the pillar, maybe? That looks different. I think it overlaps more. Oh, it's diagonal nudging. Stop that. Come on. Okay. That's up against the pillar. That's overlapping a different amount than the other one. Why is this one being so difficult? Okay, that's 8 meters across. That's right, it was the exact slice. Glass across. It's a problem. You have to click on the bit of the door that doesn't move to be able to delete it. So this one is actually embedded too far. So if I actually know that that's embedded too far, then maybe I can use that as a guideline to... Nope, that's the window. Still not in. It's still not in far enough. I really should like blueprint this door design so I don't have to constantly guess how I lined it up. By the way, we're at the part of the stream where I'm tired. So there's a bit more umming and ahhing and fumbling over things. That looks a bit more like it. Whether it's right or wrong, at least it's the same now. Okay, here we go. Okay, because we managed to actually keep a walkway around here so that people can on foot or by cart come around and inspect all the buildings in the circle. Okay, this is just going to be a messy corner here though, that's the problem. Ah, this is the half-metre one. It almost lines up. I wonder if we can get away with another skinny window here. Not exactly what I wanted. Okay. So this is now the front of the, or the back of the front of the building. So we have our kind of general walls. This one we could tear up from there to continue that pattern going. And we could do a similar thing over here to get, I reckon we could fit one in there. Let's give it a go. Come on, snap to that corner there. This is very finicky as it tries to snap onto everything. Actually, there's overlap. Did I do overlap there? I don't think I did as much. And in fact, that roof. Possibly should be that way a bit. Yes, it should. That way the line is kind of in the middle of the pillar. That's interesting. Or if that pillar was positioned slightly differently. Ah, it was forward by one. This is going to be a little tight for our passageway through here. It's not too bad, actually. So yes, this is the fiddly part of making a good-looking factory. Where did my staircase go? And this is the bit I'm trying to get better at because I'm not good at architecture. So I'm trying to spend a bit longer. And because I'm not good at this, it's taking longer than if I had established styles that I could just whack down. Might put that there. Let's see. So across the front we'd probably want a narrow steel beam, something like this. But before I put that on, it's probably easier to put any roofing we want now than to put it on later. You know, now that I've thought about it, I was going to do something different here, but I was going to have a reversed slope glass. Pardon me. Getting these pillars in place because it's a different angle every time. I'll have to come up here and do it. It's probably going to be a pain in the butt to do as well. How am I going to do this? I kind of need to do that to get an angle this way around to be able to then nudge that into place like that. That's not too bad to do though. I should have made these the normal concrete, since the smaller ones we've been doing normal concrete everywhere else, but it's probably a bit late. Let's redo them. Now, why is that? I needed one, not two. But curvy buildings are a pain in the air in real life. Yes, well, they certainly cost more to do in real life. It's the reason a lot of buildings are just square corners everywhere. That's not too bad, although I really need to do along the bottom as well, I think, but I'll leave it for now. It's starting to look like the front of a building. Now the actual roof is also a pain, because how do you get all these things to line up neatly? So you're going to have to do similar to this, where you just blanket it all. Although we've kind of got foundations here, because this is now a walkway, which I hadn't planned before for this to actually be a walkable surface. But now we walk up here and we walk to here. I mean, I could cut it down so it's only an inner part that is the walkway. That's all corners and slopes. I don't have tar roofs or anything like that yet. I just got the standard roofs. That almost works. It's going to leave a gap, but it almost works. And that gap is tiny enough that I can fill it with a beam. Maybe need a bit more over this side. But that's okay, because that's going to be different there. It's a bit chunky as an inside beam, and this line actually looks like it dips down now. I'm not sure I like that. Let's try something a little different. We've got painted beams. Not sure why it's slipping and sliding like that on that point. No, that's not working. What happened there? That's a bit better. These beams are being very weird. Can we use our magic barriers? So that's a bit more stable as far as snapping to a point. I think this roof is getting in the way of me snapping it to the actual point there. Not there. I'm ignoring angle because I'm just after an anchor point, but it might need an angle. basically I'm using that so that when I do my beam, it will snap to why won't it snap there? Come on there. So I think those are now lined up better than when I was just doing beams directly. Yes, yes it did. Okay, that worked. So there's actually not a gap there. It's not too bad. It's not a perfect flush thing, but that's okay. I think that's okay. I might leave that there so that we can do to that edge. But we've kind of got a different walkway here that we need a little arch or something here. I am getting very tired though, so I think I'm going to leave that. My brain is messed up enough from that at the moment. I'm going to do something a bit easier for the last bit. Theoretically easier. We'll find out. And that is the walkway from here to there. I almost want to move that forward now so it's not quite in the middle of this walkway. That's actually easy to do. I can do that next time. I can move it right over here actually, or I could actually build it above. You know, there is a big space here, so I could just stick the awesome sink there. But if I make this more of a walkway, so we walk through here, then we can just have stairs down from this floor to the next floor. So that's actually 3 meters, so it's clipping into it a little bit, but that looks okay. Again, we've got this space here where not really doing anything here at the moment. Got the same problem over this other side, or this other side had kind of brought the other factory to line up with this one. You know, we can always put some more stairs back here. That was an alarming beep. I just had something beep at me. Like a battery going flat warning. I don't know what it is, and I have a lot of batteries on me currently. I'm using a wireless microphone. I'm using wireless headphones. Hang on. I think my headphones just died. Nope, I can still hear the Satisfactory music, the sound effects. It's just the music stopped. If I suddenly stop talking, let me know, because it might be my mic dying. Although it is a mic that should last for 8 hours, and I've only been using it since dinner time, because I bought new fancy little mics. So it really shouldn't be the microphone. So you probably still hear me rambling on. Yeah, no idea Satisfactory was in VR. It is in VR. Has been for quite a while, and it's been pretty stable state for a few months now. I released, was it August? I think I released version 1.0. I really need walkways around there. So yeah, something is going doodle-doodle in my head every few minutes, and my Quest headset battery looks fine. My microphone should not be it. Might not have charged my headphones lately. So Matthew, if you're interested in the mod, you're on YouTube, have a look in the video description for the YouTube video, and there's information and links there to getting the Satisfactory mod up and running. There's also, if you look on the rest of my YouTube channel, there's a setup guide, and there's also a how to use guide that is very old and out of date, although it has kind of most of the core of it okay. Yes, given that I can hear the beep, it's probably my headset about to, my headphones about to go flat. What is the time? It is 10:30, so this might be a good point for me to pause here, because I'm kind of floundering on what to do next. There's lots of stuff to do next. I'm just not quite sure what I'm going to launch into, because I still need to sort of barricade off this stuff, or at least hide it behind access pathways. And the front of it is looking better. And I did want to put like some angled, I wasn't going to do angled supports into the water, but I could just do supports sort of in a downwards direction for now. One, two, three, four, five. So yes, we could do one of these in the middle as well. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's okay there. That's not going to interrupt anything. Although the angle is going to be... Actually, that's only a 2.5 degree angle, so nobody should really notice it. And I'm not going to find a 1.25 degree angle to fix it up. Actually, 1, 2, 3. This is the middle. It's also not lining up exactly. Fine, I'll do it later. Maybe I'll do some more fancy diagonal supports underneath. So I think I will wrap it up here. It feels like it's been a busy session, but also a session where there's still so much to do. So we have finished all the logistics. So we now have motors coming down from there, motors and stators come down there, the steel beams come down there, steel pipes come down there, and the encased beams come down there. We've kind of done brutalist end pieces here that I'm not sure about yet. And we've been worked on the front office to kind of put some walls and a roof on, so it's starting to look like an office, or at least a front access to the factory. Yeah, this doesn't look too bad in here. I quite like the roof. It's not too bad. Be nice if I could circle around a little bit more there. We've got this walkway up here, so we've actually got some pedestrian access between the factories. And I think my headset just died. Yep, I have no sound. Okay, that's fine. Actually, if I turn up the headset, and I'll hear the game, but I won't hear any alerts. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to hear any beeps if anyone says anything, but that's fine. I'm packing up. So we also did a bit of a walkway all around these different levels of these vertical manifold constructors. It's all pretty time-consuming stuff. And I mean, part of it was design and fiddling with different concepts, and I'm trying to figure out what works and what styles I like. So let me just head back to base. I was planning on doing a few other things, but oh, I accidentally painted the top of the stairs. Let me head back to base, and then I will log out and say goodbye there. I will probably potter on this off stream. I don't think you want to see a whole other stream of me putting extra walls on and such, but who knows? I might still be doing this, and I might, I don't know if I'm going to do a stream tomorrow night. Sometimes I do a Saturday stream, but I might be a bit burnt out from architecture after all of this. I'll see how I go. It's looking pretty imposing, and it's starting to look a bit like a building. I just was hoping it would look a bit more like a building by the end of this session. So yeah, over here we have the basics factory I was talking about earlier, where again, I'm trying not to just have floating platforms, I'm trying to actually have walls and some architecture and a bit of style and design to it. So we've tried to keep some of the trees. We've got walkways around the logistics, and we've got a little entry here where you can see the different floors of the factory in here. And like the other factory here, we have a collection room where all the materials come into different containers, and there's also depots here, so all of it goes into the dimensional depot as well. So if I need a slab of something, I can grab it from here. But if I'm just doing little bits of building, then I can just grab it from the depot. And over here is my home base, which is a Doggo Water Fun Park in progress. Just need to put some water slides and a bit more decorations in, but the doggos seem to like it. Timmy's got some rotors. Here, wait. Stators. Scratch has been paying attention. We're making stators now. And pipes. Timmy, you know we've got pipes. Hang on. He got over there pretty quick. George. Hang on. Did I just... There's only 3 doggos. Did I just loot a 4th? I'm confused or very tired. Possibly both. Okay. Let me just head back up the top, which is where I like to log out. Just get a bit of a scenic view over everything. So yes, normally I stream at this time each week, sort of on a Friday. It is very late at night here in Australia. Cat here, you said, yeah. Also tons of other comps. Rotor stator pipe and industrial beams. There were 4 doggos, but I've only got 3 doggos. So I wasn't crazy? I'm gonna have to go back and view the footage, because there's George, Scratch and Timmy. It's like George was over there and he gave me something, and then he teleported over there and gave me something else. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired, that's my excuse, but if you saw it too, there will be video footage, so I will go back and look at the footage and figure out which one of these sneaky doggos is double delivering. Okay, so yes, as I was saying, stream this time. Sometimes I stream on Saturday as well, usually Satisfactory in VR. If you want to have information about the VR mod, if you're on YouTube, you look in the video description, it has a link there. Yeah, but one refreshed and got it straight away. That was, usually there's a wait between doggo items. If you're on Twitch and want to know about the mod, you can type !VR mod and it will give you the link to the mod information. So thanks for watching. I will see if there's someone to raid to. I don't know. Let me check. If not, we'll just leave it here. I just realized I muted my mic. I don't think I'm going to raid anyone tonight. I think I'm just going to leave it there. So thank you everyone for watching, and I will catch you all in the next stream. Thanks again. See ya.